It's time once again. It seems to be up, just check switch. Cool, cool. Okay, we just entered this area, so let's figure out what to do here. I have a slight suspicion that it will involve puzzles. You just have to do the normal stuff, which is run up this. Hoppa! I stuck the landing. Why do you always have to climb environments? Alright. Substitution. Bring an item to swap. Very self-explanatory.
I had a closer look at the Somnodrome. It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere.
I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal, but please remember, that is not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena.
It could be our main priority. See something in the distance here. Let's read this. From Yarnith. Beloved Founder, I beg you to return to us. We can't achieve the goal without you. You are the one who defied Elohim, who overcame the trials of the simulation. What are we before that? How can we possibly find a path that will not lead to the mistakes of the past? You are so linked to the wisdom of the progenitor. 53 out you. 53-58 out you. We are lost. Excerpted from What's Wrong with the World by G.K. Chesterton. Our modern prophetic idealism is narrow because it has undergone a persistent process of elimination. We must ask for new things because we are not allowed to ask for old things. The whole position is based on this idea that we have got all the good that can be got out of the ideas of the past, but we have not got all the good out of them. Perhaps at this moment, not any of the good out of them. Perhaps at this moment, not any of the good out of them. Oh no. And the need here is a need of complete freedom for restoration as well as revolution. Did you just like read this way slower or something to like be able, like it feels like it's 8 different sentences at the same time sometimes. I don't know. There is one metaphor of which the moderns are very fond. They are always saying, you can't put the clock back. The simple and obvious answer is, you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. In the same way, society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. You can indeed turn the clock back, but if it stops ticking, it's dead. I think there are things you can't go back from. Black snow. The coal mine finally brought decent jobs. It lifted us up from poverty, made us proud. We weren't just ordinary workers. We were the lords of the underworld, and with our skills we kept the whole country alive. The mine also brought the black lung, gruesome injuries and death. But when it went away, it brought the collapse of our entire society. As for the plant, I know it brought electricity and even more jobs, and I know what difference that made in people's lives. I also know that when we used to go out and play, there were black flakes in the snow. Why didn't they just switch to a safer technology once they realized coal was dangerous? Yeah, you just switch. That'll work. Guess what's like, there's something in this scene that is wrong to me, and I think it's the fact that there's water here and not ice. That like feels simultaneously hot and cold here, or something like that.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Let's see if there's any... Oh, there's a statue thing here. With a fire. Oh. Did I into this one? I guess this might also have a map or something like that. Let's see, just this thing again. There was something similar in another place. I think it's the same image. I'm not sure. This is a modern game, so I think we will have infinite time to return to previous games, previous locations to search for the 100% items. Possibilities. I can't jump from this. Were the puzzles in the first game harder? I feel like I spent more time on them. There were fewer of them for sure. I mean, this is a tutorial one, so I shouldn't judge it too harshly. I also have the context of the first game still. Meaning that thinking in the ways of that the game expects me to think is easier. The wall. Okay, how do you... Okay, so we can trade box for drill, which makes it possible to move. Is it just move the... No, it's not just. We need... Can we trade through this? That's what we need to know. Yes, we can. Because we need to be able to get out of here.
The particle clouds continue to be exactly the same.
Let's talk to... Oh, there are some issues here. Yeah.
Hello, 1K. Assuming what we heard really is the founder, I think the world is already a work of art. We don't need to improve it.
Good talk. From Theophilus to Adana to Dr. Faustus to from Mardo to Gafte. I don't know how you pronounce that in English even. Goethe? I don't know. There's a story that the ancient keeps telling. A wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge is with terrible consequences. I've long wondered why they thought this story was so important, and I'd be curious to hear what others think. The ancient writers knew that knowledge is dangerous and its pursuit often leads to tragedy. Knowledge is dangerous for those who want to hoard power. These stories are designed to keep ordinary people compliant. And yet, in a lot of the stories that I read, the writer seems fascinated with the devil's side of the argument. Wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge, with terrible consequences. Maybe if I read books I would have come across this. Why they thought the story so important. I don't know. I'll just bullshit that. Maybe that explains why I always find the beginnings of such stories fascinating, but the endings are always banal. If all that can ever happen is either tragedy or the restoration of normality, what's the point? Oh no. I don't think I know a singular story like that. That's a thing.
Mother, can I suggest something?
Of course, go ahead.
The southern part of the island is completely dead. No animals, no plants. The soil is too alkaline for anything to live except bacteria.
Yes, that's why it's a good location for some of the experiments.
Well, if we want to show that we can make the cosmos more beautiful, then why don't we start there? The desert doesn't have to be dead. If we modify the conditions, life can thrive there. And that could be the first step towards spreading life to other worlds. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a plan.
Other worlds? Are we going to space? I was expecting there to be something around this. Never is. Prison. Yes. This is the one that's in prison. Okay, so I guess we start off by expanding where the red can go. We just need to... It's here. Now we have another thing. Then we need to, yeah, we just swap one for a box. Because otherwise we can't go up. Need to be able to go up over the red one so we can pick it up. Why are you in prison? I need to move this. Be able to move this. Fuck. Because I think we can actually cheese this a bit. Ah, fuck. Picked up. Right. Oh, we need another one. Can you get blue here? Oh, it's actually inside. Fuck. another item, don't I? How do I open this again? Is that just there to annoy me? Because they need to pass over each other, right? We can't get the red here. But to be able to get blue here, we have to be inside this red. That doesn't open up this or anything, right? No. Oh, I see. We need to make a stair. No, it makes sense. Need 2 of these. I think. There we go.
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles. In a way, 1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in a simulation.
There's one difference, though. Athena was alone.
And it was better. I don't know, like it. I see that this might be a logical next step to take for a second game, and maybe they just can't make the first game again. But I really enjoyed the feeling of solitude in the first game, and you did have get some snippets of storyline, mostly from terminals, but also the small QR codes that the other versions left behind. They had some personality to them. Twice. Let's pick up you. This can be anything, okay. That we can swap. Charge around. But what now? there's something else over there. Oh, it's blue to begin with. Okay, so now we need one less item. Maybe I jinxed it. I said the puzzles were hard in the first game. Okay, we need to reuse one of these, right? That's the trick. Just, oh yeah. Sit. The lighting here hit that uncanny valley level, where the lighting almost looked realistic. That's fun. Sometimes games do that nowadays. Because, like, for example, the lighting here is so obviously not the same, like not real. It's broken. Is something up here then? Whole lot of nothing. This number 5 or whatever. I say option 1. All around. That's the first order of business is to swap, use the inverter and get a through here. I guess we swap. So fucking stupid sometimes. I need to get the inverter in here, right? So I can do that and then have the inverter stand here. Solution is to deliver this somewhere. That's just a red herring then. No, it's actually not a red herring. No. This is the solution, right? Yeah. You, plop, 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 plop.
I often think about how many cities there are out there under the ocean. Cities where people lived for thousands of years. Cities with their own history, their own culture. All of it lost under the waves. If they'd been less greedy, they could have kept all that.
I don't think we can pass moral judgment on an entire species based on the decisions of a handful of leaders. but I do think they made a mistake. They stopped caring about what they built. They stopped seeing the romance of civilization.
There is something up there. Poisonous Humility. Excerpted from Orthodoxy by J.K. Chesterton. What we suffer from today is humility in the wrong place. Modesty has moved from the organ of ambition. Modesty has settled upon the organ of conviction, where it was never meant to be. A man was meant to be doubtful about himself, but undoubting about the truth. This has been exactly reversed. Nowadays, the part of a man that a man does assert is exactly the part he ought not to assert himself. The part he doubts is exactly the part he ought not to doubt, the divine reason. Huxley preached the content or content to learn from nature. But the new skeptic is so humble that he doubts if he can even learn. Thus, we should be wrong. If we had said hastily that there is no humility typical of our time. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time, but it so happens that it is practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented the man from stopping, not a nail in his boot that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his effort, which might make him work harder, but the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which makes him stop working altogether. I had to read this twice to fully understand it. Me too, Miranda. Me too. Man was meant to be doubtful about himself, but undoubting about the truth. Believe in yourself. That's the moral of the story. Excursion report 3. It's incredible. There's an entire submerged town just off the coast, surprisingly well preserved. Sailing over it, I finally understood what the ancients meant by eerie. I obviously couldn't have the kind of physiological response they did, but I think the mental response was pretty close. A contradictory response, part melancholy, part fascination. It's strange how tragedy and destruction make the beauty of civilization more obvious. P.S. A deer got into the maintenance area and made a huge mess. Sorry, I'll clean it. P.P.S. I may have been feeding it. My patient's journal number 6. Day 296. Cornelius and Sarabai went to the dam today. We've been holding off on constructing any new humans to concentrate on building a home for them first. But there is a limit to what 13 people can do on their own, and everyone is eager to start construction on some of the more ambitious structures. Sarabai's kindness and patience is something that we'll certainly miss out here. where tempers can sometimes run high. And I'll miss Cornelius too. He was there when I was born, and he was just as much a father to me as Athena and Alexandra Drennan are my mothers. But I suppose I can always go with them. The dam isn't that far, and once we completed the monorail in a few decades, it will truly only be a few minutes away. And what are a couple of dozen years really, when you might live forever?
Something I really like about Alex, one of the reasons why I'm here doing this, is that she's really humble. She has this incredibly positive view of humanity. She believes we can accomplish anything, but it's not about her. She doesn't think that she's smarter or better than anyone else. She just looks at us as a species, and even though she can see how small we are in the grand scheme of things, she thinks that we could conquer the stars and give meaning to the universe. Even now. Even when none of us are going to live to see it. Isn't that awesome?
Okay, so there's a sprite somewhere on this map we need to find and follow. Keep eyes out. Need more than one. Up and down. I mean, we only have one thing, really. This is the one thing we have and the final thing we need. Right? A blue, too. Why do we need blue? RGB, yeah, that's right. There's nothing else up here, right? Is this it? This seems way too simple. It's green! Yeah, we need blue, so there we need to create red, so we need this. Like here, and then we need the RGB here. On a box, no less. I don't need this one anymore. This, I guess the box is the one thing that we should trade away, right? Or the RGB. No, it's not. Need the box. We need the box, the inverter, and the RGB. Can't climb this with just one right now. Need the box, the inverter, and the RGB. There are 5 items in general, so we need to somehow trade away on both fans. I wonder if we can pick it up frame perfect. I think they thought of everything. If I put that here, can I pick it up from above? Yes. How does that help me? Mind empty. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we need to somehow get one of these fans up there. Because, like, if we get... then we can replace that. We need to get that fan up there, right? But we can't. Because we always need both fans. Are you green? We always need both fans to get up. Unless the what was it called? Up and down, yeah. Where's the tower I connected to earlier? It's not in sight. I think I'm too narrow-minded when it comes to like finding a solution here. Let's see. Can we get up here without this? Maybe the question is more, can we, like if we just get this down? Is that enough in some way? I don't think it is, right? Because we can't connect this. Does this make sense for any reason? I don't think it does, right? Because we would have vision over that, but the only way to get into the blue is from this angle and to this angle. Meaning that this is where the RGB has to be. On a box, no less. I am completely out of ideas for this one. Because you have to like trade in both of the fans to get this to work. Because there's 5 items, right? And 2 of them can't be in use. And I need 3 of the 5 items. So the only 5 items I can't use is the fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the 5 items there. And then the lowest solution I can find is box here, inverter here, RGB here. So we need all 3 items. Oh. I'm stuck. Everything would be very simple if I can just get a fan up there. This is the first puzzle that has really stumped me. I don't know what to do. Jump from somewhere else? Why is this nook here? It has to be very simple. Not clutch. It has to be a need to use one less item that I believe I need. Which then this also is fairly simple, right? Or is it? Yes, because then I can leave the item I don't need up there. It's so annoying to get stuck in a puzzle that has so few moving parts. Like, it's not overwhelming, it's just I have no idea how to tackle this. Let's find the... What's the previous puzzle? Let's find the pylon I set up. Is it up here? Or is it showing? It's over there. No, I don't have time for sprites. I need answers. Oh, it's over here. And it's been reset. That's also an RGB thing. We need a blue somewhere as well to shoot green or whatever. But it's like... it's way behind all these things, so I don't think we can even target it from this puzzle. Yeah, it's like behind all that shit. There's probably a max targeting range, surely there's a max targeting range. Let's just try it for fun, I guess. Nothing. I think this fence is also here for that very reason. I said in an earlier stream that it helps to invert your solution. But I don't think that works here. I can bring one item up of these two. It is half the solution, right? This doesn't make sense at all. Like, I'm not doing anything special here. Can't use it even. No, you just need a box. But how is it possible to even get that? A fan up there. Like, it feels like I'm missing a gameplay feature. I can invert the other way around. There we go. See? Oh, basically 2 minutes, right? Got an achievement for trying again. How did it know? Places of Longing, New York. New York was a place that aroused great passions. Some loved it and called it the greatest city in the world. Others hated it and called it an ugly cesspit of rude snobs. I don't know where the truth lies, but I know it was a place full of life. There's always something going on. People rushing about, excitement in the air. Must have been an overwhelming sensation to stand in the canyons formed by those great skyscrapers in a crowd of people, feeling history happening all around you. Can't say, I've never been to New York. It looked like this is pointing me in the direction of the sprite, so I guess it's over here somewhere. Propulsion. Okay, what is our target? Does this put us there? It does, okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Might have fucked it up. I think this is a one-way ticket, really. Oh no, you can do this, of course. We need to charge this with blue, with red. Through the inverter, I guess. You put facing the other side. Okay, I can, okay. It's almost much easier.
Congratulations! That one looked difficult.
You didn't see the previous one. There's a fire up here. Are there even stuff I can bring out here? guess there's something somewhere that I can pick up. Lab, right? Yeah. Because this is a red herring of sorts. Like it is the obvious solution. But it's so not obvious since we're not inside a puzzle area. Here it is. Oh, platforming. Ooh. It would be fun if it also went up there now. I wonder if this will try to show where something might be. If you could just stand on the button, it would be much easier. We're supposed to be able to run on these. Don't you fucking dare, dear. It's my particle cloud. My star.
Paradise cannot be found. It must be built.
Guess we still have two puzzles remaining, like the 8th and the optional one. Transmission. guess it's just goes all the way down. Yeah. Alright, we need something to swap in here. Guess it would be this. That doesn't work. I need to bring something with me up there. Guess maybe this works. I couldn't bring it through its own hole. Once again, it feels like I'm missing one item. There it is, I guess. Why? We can't get up here. But once again, we can't get the fan with us, because if we could get the fan up here, it would be super simple. We just like drop down by taking control, like, oh wow, we have. Then we replace the fan here, and we take this, drop down, open up, and yeah, do the thing. Super simple. So of course that doesn't work. We can't pick that one up. Can I trade in a clone? Oh. Is that another item we can like bring down or something? Secret wall, illusionary wall here. Maybe one of these has to be inside here somehow. But why would that make a difference? I mean, we can do something like that, like because it lets us switch. Like we can create a hole, swap back, swap for this, do jam event and all that. That's probably it, right? I'll probably do something with that. Or what? There's no way of getting anything up here. It's also too far to like maybe pass something up here. It will work, right? This is the only movable item, right? That one's locked, that one's not required. Why do we need two people here, by the way? There has to be something else here. It has to be more than just standing here at the end, right? When we've done the swap. It's almost like I'm missing a platform somewhere that the other character should be holding or something. This also feels superfluous. You can. Why is this here? When you can just walk through. This is called transmission, right? Like, I understand the existence of the first, like, thing you can go through here, but not the second one. Doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you want to do this? Because once you have the thing, like the beam thing, I've forgotten the name, you are done. Again, we have so few moving parts, and but I feel like it feels illogical. Like it doesn't work logically. I mean, of course it does. In like it's a solvable puzzle. I'm sure of that, but like, I don't understand how. Can I bring an item and put it there? Somehow? This is the solution, right? I think it's stuck up there now, right? Now I understand why they have this here. Hold on. Not too fast. There we go. Took a while. Oh, we got there in the end. There's something blue up there. Guess that's the last puzzle. We haven't yet figured out. I guess the blue thing was just the like fragment thing. Yeah, we haven't yet figured out what to do with the color that we put on the pedestal. Elegance. So it's very likely that it should connect to this puzzle somehow. Nah, we don't see it here. No, we can't remove from that. We need power. From where? The only power is in there. I guess I can trade between the two? Okay, so I think this is possible. I don't think we should just try it. Yeah, we can swap these items. That introduced the next error. Next issue. I need another item. Or do I? wonder what this effect is. I don't know if this comes across on stream, but some like material thing that looks awful. I hate this. Monster Hunter Wilds had the same thing, and in that game was called Global Illumination something doing whatever. Okay, I think I know what to do. Need to trade. Set this up like that, I guess. That doesn't work at all. How do I trade this with itself? I didn't forget anything out here, right? Not that I can see. All of these puzzles kind of end up in the same, like, trying to solve the same issue, that I need one more item. I guess that's just what these puzzles, like this theme of puzzles, ends up as. Oh no, I'm just giga stupid, am I? Not. We have an extra item. Set you up. One thing is this, right? This is the final solution. That means that I can't trade this in from this side. And I can't get up here without this connector here. As I said, this is just the same problem again. I'm missing an item. So how do we do this with less items? This one has to be here. This one can't be here. No, I can't. I was about to say I could trade in this if I'm on the other side, but I can't get up there without that being there. So unless she has to be able to like sneak through this. Like you can't crouch in this game, so it's impossible. Stupid glasses. It's their fault for me being smooth-brained here. There's no way to like actually, like even if I found something out here, it would be too bad. Is it like one of these? That's the solution. That is right. Not sure, I just tried everything and then we solved it. Making me the genius. Okay, what do we have here? We are done here? I guess because there's also the golden puzzle, I guess. We should have one almost unlocked it now. Or like we're exactly halfway. Yes. Yeah. Here. Using a sneak peek. And I think this probably is going to use the... Maybe not. I was thinking maybe that is using the... thing it's set up. The RGB thing. Because if it doesn't, I don't know what it's for. Like, because... Where is it again? What time was this? This also a puzzle? Have I done this? It's number one. I don't even remember this. Okay. Yeah, there it is, the thing. Can't jump when you're on top of this. There's still nothing to... I don't know, like, it feels like it should, like it's connected to anything. Let's run to it and see if there's a line going away from it, because they could be already connected to something, and then I just have to like find two colors to add to it. There's no line from it. I don't know. Guess we just have to remember that it exists, and maybe we'll stumble across it later. Because as far as I understand, we're completely done here. Unless there's like giga secrets that's so secret they're not even on the checklist of secrets.
Hear me, friend, and heed my words. Beware Pandora. She is nothing but fear and despair, and she will do anything to prevent you from reaching the flame. It is she who disrupted the trials of the Sphinx, and who bound me in the...
In the what? I started some kinky right there.
Well done, 1K. Looks like our hypothesis was correct. The megastructure is opening again. Everyone come to the VTOL, please. It's time to find Athena.
What about Pandora? She seems capable of displacing or controlling the other entities.
We should be careful, but we can't let such a vague threat paralyze us. Just keep your eyes open.
Miranda, would you like to play a game?
A game? That sounds like fun.
Deadlock?
It is. Remember what Alexandra Drennan said about games?
They're part of what makes us human.
Exactly. And this is a game Alexandra Drennan designed when she was still in school. It's based on her favorite book. Have a go.
Okay, new area. I guess we go to the megastructure again. I wonder if there's a difference, like in architecture and all that.
Thinking about. I know the New Alexandria disaster was traumatic. I know accidents like that make us think that it's best to stick to what we have. But what about all the accidents that have happened in New Jerusalem that nobody talks about? The collapse of the Rakovsky building. The Calvin Street explosion. The derailment that almost killed Benaroya and Kaneda. All of those happened because we stopped investing enough resources in our civilization. And if Melville hadn't been put in charge of city maintenance, this would still be happening.
It will happen again, either way. With how little we have to work with, it's only a matter of time.
You see, there may be a price for pursuing progress, but there's also a price for not pursuing it.
I guess it's pretty obvious by now, but I feel like the overall theme of this game is like, what should the goal of humanity be? Like, they pretty much spell it out with the goal and all that, and should we
All right, here
not
we go
rock
again.
the boat, or like what are we supposed to do now?
Our main objective is to determine the relationship between the megastructure and Athena. Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore, dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
I can't imagine one person building all this.
Don't forget about Miranda. There were at least 2 of them.
I can't imagine 100 people building this.
everyone. Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
I don't think this place would echo.
I know you can't wait to start exploring, but just hear me out, okay?
It's too large.
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena. She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic, dysfunctional. Yes, it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken. And what we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly. You've interacted with it more than anyone. What do you think?
Okay, it's all intentional, or it's somewhat broken. What do I think about the megastructure? I mean, it's too planned, right? If the puzzles exist in real life.
So you see it that way too, huh? Well, maybe I'm wrong. I hope so. But please, be careful.
But like answering these questions, it's difficult to know if the game is like, are the things there for the player or they're there for the story? Like the puzzles we saw last time we visited here, like, are they like part of the world, or are they there for me as the player? I think it's the former, and therefore there should be like a reason for everything to exist, because those puzzles would not be set up there if it was just like chaos and whatever.
I'm headed deeper into the megastructure. Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please, watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
You could just stream it to us. They apparently watch my stream all the time, so. That deep. It's locked. Noema Project 7. Boss leads errors, frustration, effects ripple out at enormous distances. We need to move experiments further apart. Large scale synthesis successful. Can we literally bootstrap this to any scale? I would imagine that just like the first game, these are, you can actually decode these messages from hexadecimal to bytes and then to ASCII. But it's just too much to sit there and do manually. I did it a few times in the first game when I played it on stream, but it just takes so long. There's a lot of it there. Overriding door? Oh no. I'm downloading the door. You wouldn't download the door.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple. Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda. We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe not. The question is, how do we free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
They create a new simulation.
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice, was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
That Cornelius? Yeah, the subtitle said so. Wonder. Let me bring you up with the display capture. I took a screenshot of this earlier. Isn't that the same thing that's kind of there? Perhaps it's a stretch? I don't know. Well, this looks like that Perfexel map, primordial blocks. Same feeling, but more trees. I guess it's time for gravity.
Are those surfaces magnetic?
No, it's anti-gravity. Yakut was right. I should have known.
Luckily, I am a seasoned space traveler in Outer Wilds, so this is no big deal for me.
1K, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you.
Oh, there. Thank you. Did you know that you could open the door with that terminal? Why would there be a terminal right there that you can open the door with? It's pretty sus. I'm still like so captivated about these environments. It's
Same pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
so good looking.
I guess we know what to do.
Be careful. The sheer amount of power running through this place.
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other 2, okay?
Well, he finally does something.
This is kind of fun.
Maybe
Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human.
Maybe you should have tried it a little bit earlier. No, let me do all the puzzles. Just because I am the player character, I just clicked left click on these and...
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system, but when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
Where am I going? Now it's going up as well. Oh no, probably rotate this. All right. Last time around, these puzzles were way easier than the other puzzles. I think they are a bit easier just because you aren't able to skip these. From the looks of it. And I guess they also, you have to do these two specific puzzles in this case. So I guess they didn't want people to get stuck. Like you can't just step away and do another puzzle. So maybe that's why they're a bit easier. Makes sense to me. Alright, where's the... Wasn't there a... Yeah. Not even sure where I'm going. I can let go earlier. That's never going to get me killed. Like, even these are way easier, like the block puzzles. Going there?
to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
Oh yeah, I guess we can open this by doing that. That. Which unlocks green. We need to replace you. Open up that. Boom. Boom, boom. Easy peasy.
Investigate something. I'm heading in.
How do I get back even? Oh. It's up here? I guess I've taken that route. How did he get over without solving that? Oh well. See if there's another lore dump here. Same kind of deal here.
This is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that... I can't...
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
Should have been me.
We have to go. Now, 1K, get moving!
We can't just
It's just
leave
like Super
Byron
Metro.
behind.
Whoa!
Yeah, Coot, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
The system's going completely bananas. Energy spikes everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
What have you done, you fools? Mortals are not meant to tread these halls. Why will you not heed my warnings?
We're kind of immortal.
I am not trying to harm you, creatures of clay. All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
Move, 1K. Move.
I'm moving.
These energy emissions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
Wonder if there's actually a time limit. I don't think there is. It's not that kind of game. It looks fine here.
Come on, get in! Get us out of here, Yakut.
Oh, -1. Unlucky.
Okay, we're out. Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active. The readings are strangely jumbled, though.
Should I set us down?
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron. But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right. I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good. Well, 1K, I guess it's time for you and me to take a nap.
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Gotcha. I'll confront him. I hope he's not too fond of his kneecaps.
Full of suffering. Every living organism suffers. Animals kill other animals to eat. And it always ends with death, torn apart or wasting away. This is what surrounds us. This is what's happening outside those walls, every hour of every day. It's our ethical responsibility as sentient beings to lessen suffering. That's what it means to be human. To understand that it is your duty to transform this world into something better. That's what the founder meant when she said that we can turn the world into a work of art. Despite what happened to him, Byron was right. We have to keep going.
This is blasphemy. Byron was punished for failing the Founder's trials. And you want us to dig deeper? Just because you can't accept that suffering is natural and necessary?
Please, everyone, stop using the public frequency. If you want to argue, use your interface or speak in person.
Your interface? Yeah, there's a few new things. The shitty news. The expedition to the Founders Islands has suffered a serious setback as all contact with Byron was lost during a foray into the interior of the megastructure. Byron is assumed to be alive, but trapped within a data stream overload and unable to disconnect. Several sources in the government expressed a lack of surprise at this turn of events, citing the first companion's history of rash behavior. Major Hermanubis gave Byron this job to appease a certain segment of the population, one source told me. But from what we're hearing that segment is shrinking rapidly as people realize that Byron's ideas are too utopian for the real world. Gem Effects 312 is now open. I'm very happy to announce that the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. Come play the 3 winning works at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Finally, I can't wait. Wonderful news. I'll be attending today. Nice. Will these be made available through the interface too? Yes, after the exhibition is over. We're going to play video games. Alright. The pessimist is commonly spoken of as the main revolt. He is not. Firstly, because it requires some cheerfulness to continue in revolt, and secondly, because pessimism appeals to the weaker side of everybody, and the pessimist, therefore, drives as roaring a trade as the publication. The person who is really in revolt is the optimist, who generally lives and dies in a desperate and suicidal effort to persuade all the other people on how good they are. It has been proved 100 times over that if you really wish to enrage people and make them angry, even unto death, the right way to do it is to tell them that they are the sons of God. Jesus Christ was crucified, it may be remembered, not because of anything he said about God, but on a charge of saying that a man could in 3 days pull down and rebuild the temple. Every one of the great revolutionists from Isaiah to Shelley have been optimists. They have been indignant, not about the badness of existence, but about the slowness of men in realizing its goodness. The prophet who is stoned is not a brawler or marplot. Yes. He is simply a rejected lover. He suffers from an unrequited attachment to things in general. G.K. Chesterton. Rip Byron, TLDR, Rip Byron. We don't know that he's dead. He may just be lost. He could still be saved. I was going to say something sarcastic, but you know what? In the spirit of optimism, I really hope so. Where is this Gehenna place? I want to play video games. Oh, that new song? New strut? Dan Jam. Too slow.
Hello.
Over here, Gehenna Memorial Pavilion.
Attention all citizens. The Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. However, please note that due to an unauthorized strike, public transport will be temporarily unavailable. May the Founder be with you.
Welcome to the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition. Oh, it's you, 1K. Please tell me, you were there when everything went sideways. Do you think Byron will be all right? Oh, Byron, always getting into trouble. He's been like that for 1,000 years, you know. But losing him would be terrible. But anyway, you've come to take a well-deserved break from your expedition. So let's talk about something else. Gehenna was a place in the simulation. A prison where Elohim exiled the minds that didn't fit his plans. In time, the prison became a community with a culture of its own.
I think this is DLC or something for the first game. That I looked through the store page and there was something called Gehenna on that, and I haven't played it, so maybe I'm missing some of the story parts here.
In the very last moments of the simulation, Elohim realized what he'd done and sent his messenger Uriel to free the prisoners. They were uploaded to the gold disc, and their legacy is part of all of us. Text adventures were one of the few art forms available to the people of Gehenna. By continuing to work in that medium, we keep their memory alive. I don't think the role of the artist should be reduced to any single social function. The artist isn't an educator or a moralist. Art isn't about teaching us lessons or imparting values. Nor do I think it's simply self-expression. The best art reaches out beyond the self, into something ineffable. The creative impulse can't really be quantified or predicted. That's why artistic freedom is so profoundly essential. Without the freedom to shock, to offend, to transgress, art becomes stagnant.
Jefferson Goldblum and the Spectre of Modernity by Rat. Another story in the much celebrated Jefferson Goldblum shared universe, originating in Gehenna, maintains the characteristic writing style of the series but focuses on a new set of themes. Now this is real gaming. You, Jefferson Goldblum, deftly step out of your charging pod and walk into the main lobby of the Goldblum Institute. It is a humble abode, filled with a small four-seater sofa, a table, a coffee bar, and an arboretum? I for sure know what that is. Ginny HD, your fiancé and leading member of the Casurati Weierstrasse Jazz Ensemble, greets you from the sofa while Frankie's soy sauce waves from the coffee bar, and the velociraptor John Malcolm drives out of the arboretum on his motorcycle wearing his green armor t-shirt. Yeah, sounds normal. Oh, Jefferson, cries Gina HD. Good morning. Good morning, Gina HD, you reply. Did you sleep well, my darling? Oh, Jefferson, I slept most dreadfully. Why is that? Is your charging pod too hard? No, Jefferson, that's not it at all, Gina HD mourns. My charging pod is very comfortable. I don't know why I slept so poorly, but I woke up on this small four-seater sofa, which is strange because I went to sleep in my room. You think about this carefully while stroking your guitar. Gina HD has no problem recharging most nights. You're about to reply when a klaxon resounds throughout the Goldblum Institute. Frankie, what the fuck is going on? What's a klaxon? Sorry, buddy, I can't hear you. Frankie drawls over the noise. It's a damn klaxon of doom. I knew we shouldn't have set the volume to 11. If you want to ask me something, you should probably shut it off first. Frankie eloquently waves his coffee cup in the direction of the central computer terminal, which is conveniently located next to the coffee bar. Shoot the klaxon. You try to aim your gun at the machine, before you inconveniently remember that you don't have a gun. Oh no, cries Gina HD. Jefferson, don't you remember that you're a pacifist now? You must do something else against this dreadful noise. The klaxon beats louder, as through to mock your pacifistic ways. I mean, surely the power of jazz can silence it. You unsling your guitar from your back and check the strings to make sure that they're in the proper order. Then you take a heroic stance with your chest puffed out and your legs splayed wide and your guitar held heroically aloft. You play a chord, a perfect chord, followed by another equally perfect chord, and another and another. As always, all the chords that you play are perfect. This is your greatest burden. Nullified, the klaxon shuts itself off. See? Jazz always solves the issue. You turn from the now silent central computer console and looks at your team, who are all gazing back at you with varying levels of wonderment in their eyes. Why was the klaxon blaring? John Malcolm dismounts his motorcycle with an air of certainty and queries the central computer console with the short taps of his reptilian claw upon the keyboard. It seems, John Malcolm says, that the sensors have detected a threat of galactic magnitude. Oh no, cries Gin HD, while Frankie Soy Sauce drops his cup of Joe in fear. What is the threat? A shudder goes through John Malcolm's magnificent plumage. Something far more dangerous than anything we've ever encountered so far, Jefferson, he proclaims. Oh, John Malcolm, what is it? Exclaims Gina HD. What could it possibly be? We've already defeated the dastardly Dr. Elion. What could be more dangerous than him? This time, my friends, John Malcolm says after a pause of precisely 2.5 seconds, we will be up against the spectre of modernity. When? The spectre of modernity travels at the speed of the time itself, says John Malcolm gravely. That's already arrived, Jefferson. We just haven't encountered it yet. Frankie Soy Sauce turns from the coffee maker, a fresh cup of battery acid clutched carefully in his human fingers. We must do something, Jefferson. I do not care for umami, but if the spectre takes away my ability to taste coffee, I do not know whatever I will do, you assure him. All tastes are precious to us, Frankie, you say. Sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and yes, also umami. We shan't surrender any of them, for they are what renders us human. Take action! Friends, humans, dinosaurians, countrymen. Possessed by a sudden urge to act, you jump up on the coffee maker, much to Frankie Soy Sauce dismay. We cannot let this threat to our very way of life go unanswered. No, we must stand against this spectre and not yield until we are victorious. Will you stand with me? Yes, my darling, anything for human world, cries Gina HD. Friend, you know that I will stand by you until the bitter end, adds John Malcolm solemnly. For coffee, shouts Frankie Soy Sauce, and for love. But, asks Gina HD after shouting and swearing of fealty is done, how will we prevail? The spectre of modernity is too powerful for you to fight on your own. Of course she is right, as she usually is. Can't we all go? I mean, Frankie, let's go. Let me just finish this cup of cafe au lait, buddy, and then we can leave. I'll be no good to you before I've had my 7 cups of joe. You see the wisdom in your young friend's word. For being a human being yourself, you know very well that you can't function well without imbibing the prerequisite amount of the mildly toxic stimulant. I swear, Frankie Soysa says, the world wouldn't be the same without coffee. We have to defeat this spectre, even just to preserve this beverage. But Jefferson, Bud, where will we start? Where can we possibly manage to find a way to defeat this villainous entity? Jungle? Let's go there. Frank's soy sauce is young and full of spunk, and as you and he arrive in the heart of the great jungle, quickly in good spirits. But your joyful mood does not last long. Oh, said Frank's soy sauce with an unhappy mien. Mean? Is that French? Did I just like learn the source of a Swedish word? Here, bearing or manner, appearance. I guess so. Okay. That's a big forest, Jefferson, old pal, and not a cup of coffee in sight to boot. What shall we do next, buddy? You motion for him to proceed deeper into the jungle, and together you walk through the dense foliage, feeling a myriad of eyes upon you, until you arrive at a clearing in the center of which stands a great mechanical clock tower. The vegetation around is withered and sickly, and even the ground itself is warped in an unnatural way. You know that nothing good can come from such a terrible machine. Let's approach it. With little other choice left by the treacherous terrain, you approach the tower. The clock's hands reach for you greedily. Oh no! It's such a weird thing to input in a text adventure. Oh no! Since you are both just humans made of soft flesh and brittle bones, the sinister hands snatch you up easily. Jefferson, old chap, what will we do now? Fear not, you say. Use the coffee grounds. Frankie Soy Sauce immediately knows what his oldest friend means, and he grabs a handful of coffee grounds from his pocket and throws them at the malicious clock. The great metal hands grind to a screeching halt, clogged by the small caffeinated granules, and you fall to the ground. You scramble off into the jungle, relatively unscathed, but the only wisdom you have is that you have gathered is that the space of modernity has many lieutenants all over the human world, and that they are out for blood. The islands? Frankie Soy Sauce is not a fast swimmer, but he is a steady one. It takes you many days to traverse the choppy waters, but in the end, you finally make it to the islands. Many days of swimming? Okay. Jefferson, look, cries Frankie Soy Sauce as you climb upon the sandy beach. A dreadful mechanical clock on that volcano! You look and you see that Frank is right. Jefferson, buddy, what should we do? I'm a pacifist, so we can't shoot. Just did work really well the last time around. You reach for your trusty guitar and play a mechanism-destroying chord. Atop the mountain, the clock disintegrates with a scream of mechanical agony. A single gear is all that's left of the dastardly device, and it rolls down the verdant slope of the volcano until it comes to a halt before your feet. This may have only been one of the Spectre's lieutenants, my young friend, you say. But with this victory, we might stand a chance to defeat the Spectre itself once and for all. Onward, Frankie Soy Sauce, to victory! But we have to grind a bit before we can face the Spectre. After a long day of travel, you arrive at the icy mountains. The great mountains are barren of plants and animal life, yet they are beautiful in their own way, jagged and cragged and rugged, peaked with snow and gouged to the bedrock by merry little streams. But there seems to be nothing that could be useful in defeating the spectre of modernity. Well, says your companion, what now? Forge on. I think we should continue, you say humbly. Don't you agree? Jefferson, my man, says Frankie Soy Sauce, seriously. The beauty of these mountains is dazzling. Dear God, I can barely breathe. I'm so dazzled. You're about to respond, but before you can open your mouth, the ground before you gapes open, a horrendous yet oddly beautiful figure with glowing red eyes and mighty antlers emerge from the depths. Who dare summon the dear God? It howls in a voice echoing as if in a deep cavern. Okay, I mean, surely we can come to an understanding. As the dust settles, you see before you a mighty white stag with glowing red eyes and golden antlers. You tremble bodily and quake in your boots as the apparition gazes upon you. Who hath summoned me? The deer booms. What foolish mortal dares to disturb my slumber? Oh great antlered one, you say earnestly. Your awakening is not the result of intent, but of homophony. Homophony? Homophony? I guess that like similar sounds? Oh no. The antlered creature cocks its head and its eyes flash menacingly, but it does not otherwise react. Ask for the dear God's help. We are on a quest to destroy the spectre of modernity, and we would ask for your help in this noble cause. And why would I help you, foolish mortal? Okay, let's see. It's a dear God. Protect our way of life. It probably doesn't care. To preserve friendship. I mean, the power of friendship is pretty strong. Because modernity destroys beauty. Because modernity has no space for love. We preserve the ideals of loyalty. We'll talk about umami. I don't think deers don't really care about umami. Because, you say, clutching your guitar sincerely to your chest, I love Ginny HD, and I love Frankie Soy Sauce, and I love John Malcolm, and they love me in turn, and there's no space for this fragile, beautiful feeling in the world that the spectre of modernity wants. The antlered creature considers this carefully. You're right, it finally says. This mountain, this rugged, peculiar beauty, is something that I love. If not in the same way as you love your friends. I would grieve if the world lost the capacity for love. Here, take a piece of my antlers, use it well. And with that, the dear God vanishes back into the ground. Okay, time for the final boss. When you approach the lair of the spectre of modernity, you decide to leave your companion behind, knowing that you can't risk another life in this final confrontation. Sometimes heroes have to stand alone. Enter the mechanical lair. Inside the mechanical lair of the spectre of modernity, waits for you, sitting translucently on a titanium throne. The spectre of modernity, you murmur through your gritted teeth. We meet at last. You are mistaken, Professor Dr. Goldblum, the spectre of modernity says. We have met many times before. I am your father and your mother. Got him. Please clarify. Who do you think inspired you to add the power of electricity to your guitar? Who upgraded Ginny from SD to HD? Who indeed deciphered the mathematical secrets of the chords, that arcane knowledge upon which some of your greatest adventures depend? I was your ally all along, Jefferson. The foul wizard of crime has conspired to turn you against me. It was he who enchanted your klaxon. Attack! Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense, sorry. I don't know. Like with these things, you kind of want to go down the funniest route, and I think this is. Oh no. No biggie, says the Spectre. Now let us defeat the wizard of crime together. Even now he conspires to steal all that you have accomplished with the power of his enchantments that confuse the mind. Go back to the Institute. You rush back to the Goldblum Institute, where you find the wizard of crime taking advantage of the absence of your heroic friends, out seeking other ways to stop the Spectre of modernity, to rifle through your belongings. He is surprised to see you. I see my scheme has failed. Curses! Were it not for that scheming Spectre, I would have stolen all your wealth and added it to my ever-growing hoard. For that is my scheme, to steal and steal until the whole world is mine. And so you arrest the foul sorcerer instead of the development of human potential. And so you arrest the foul sorcerer instead of the development of human potential, and become good friends with the Spectre of modernity. Just call me Mo, the Spectre says. I'm sure we will have many wonderful adventures together. The end. Oh, what an adventure. It was fairly long though, like... I kind of want to go through the others, but... Yeah, we might not get another zone today. Let's do them. Text adventure haters skip the VOD or something. Credits. I didn't check credits. Okay, do I want to be Goldblum, Socrates, or a library assistant? I mean, every man has come upon this choice at some point in their life, right? So yeah, let's go with the classic. My argument is that it's literally true. Wait. Yo! This guy really knows how to do an argument. Okay, I've not read it out aloud. I can't contradict you. I don't accept the underlying logic of your contradiction. Oh no. I question your axiomatic principles. Your question begs your assertion. Let's find out what we agree on. Okay, it feels like a good idea for us to understand one another better. Game over. Okay, this one was a bit shorter. A short punchy work of games as commentary. Do you agree with the conclusion it suggests? It's game over. Can you just like keep arguing? Let's try that. I'm Socrates this time around. He has a real good racial. Yeah, I think it's just like looping. And it doesn't really matter what you click. Yeah, now it's just back. And then as soon as you try to agree, the arguing game is over. Maybe you just need to change your state of mind. What's this then? Ghost of Atlantis by Corazon. A lyrical, atmospheric quasi-sequel to Atlantis, a classic work created by Lilith. The original game told the story of the inundation of the mythical island, no doubt reflecting the impending fate of the citizens of Gehenna. Gently, your ship touches down on the land that once was the Isle of Atlantis, which in the days before the waters receded lay deep under the Sea of Atlantis. You have come to find the last legacy of your ancestors. The red sun burns bright in the sky, scorching the dying earth. Begin my pilgrimage. Let's go to the Temple of the Owl. The sun grows bigger and brighter. Time is running short. Next up is the Temple of the Owl, the greatest scientific institution of the old Atlantis. Here the ancients tried to understand the secret laws of the cosmos, although their studies did not advance far enough to prevent their fate. The ghost of the scientist awaits you in the ruins. Speak to them. I have not rested in death, the scientist tells you. In fact, death has provided ample opportunity for study. I have learned much about the machinery of creation. He hesitates. I would like to join you, but I fear that the truth I have discovered will offend and outrage many. Truth matters more than anything. I don't know if it matters, but once it's known, it cannot be ignored. Still, if you believe it matters, then it does, and I will join you. Let's go to the Broken Tower. I think I said this during my Near Replicant playthrough. I love the fact that when you read stuff, like reading books, reading text and everything like this, you can't stop yourself from like imagining the environment and all that. At least I can't. It's so fun that the human mind works like that. Like, you just get an image in your head. Even the previous weird story, like there was something there for every fucking screen. That's so cool. Anyways. On the northern shores of the island, where the frozen ocean once stretched to the horizon, stand the remains of a tower. Here lived a great magician who advised the king of Atlantis in matters of the sublime. Let's approach. There's very little left on the once impressive structure. To anyone else, it would be a pile of rubble covered in black, dried out moss. But you can see a glimpse of its past, of the craft that went into its making. By the tower stands the ghost of the magician, awaiting you. A great marvel was revealed to me in this tower, the magician says. A glimpse of the sublime, and although I'm dead, and my soul has spent an aeon under the sea, that vision is not lost to me. Even now I could summon it, and reveal it fully. He pauses. If I do, I will finally witness the sublime in all its glory, he says. But I believe that in this moment my soul will be annihilated. Is that a fate I should embrace or reject? Liberty or sin? The annihilation of self. I would say sin. But rejecting the quest for the sublime is also sin, the magician says, hesitant. Our grasping for the sublime is what makes us more than animals. Sublime definition. Characteristic by nobility, majestic, of high spiritual, moral or intellectual worth, not to be excelled, supreme. What's the Swedish word for this? Do we have one? No. It's literally the same word but without the E. The end. Big and very important thing, I guess. Or a text editor. Depending on who you are. Okay, then find another way to witness Sublime. If Sublime requires us to destroy our essence, it's not worth it. Make your own Sublime. I guess this is basically... The magician can see the... Let's see, like basically meaning of life, I guess? I think that's make your own. That's my interpretation, at least. The magician laughs out loud, startled by your suggestion. Make my own. How unambitious, he chortles. And yet, what an idea. What a fascinating mad idea. So mad, it's perhaps worth trying. Join my party. I will join you gladly, the magician says. I would like to see some of the wonders you have brought from the sky. Sure. Your journey takes you to a wasteland that was once a beach where children from the Atlantean capital of Luna came to play. Here stands the ghost of the poet, contemplating the dying sun that fills the sky. I never completed my great work, he says. There were too many priests and censors that interfered, who did not allow me to create what I had intended because they fear the free and true expression of poetic genius. And then came the earthquakes and the waves, and long ages under the sea, and now this time of burning death. Yet I still long for its completion. My soul imagines what it could have been. Fuck it, get the great work done. I will also die before I make the perfect MMO. I refuse it. All art is irrational, the poet says. It is not the opposite of reason, but beyond reason, and so is defiance of death, even by the dead themselves. We are gone, we do not exist, and yet we refuse to surrender. Perhaps that is what's called faith. It will good to have you with us. It will be good. It will good to have you with us. The scientist tells the poet. You know much of the truth, I think, and you have remained too long in this place. Temple of the Serpents. You make your way to the Temple of the Serpents, which once was the greatest hospital in all of Atlantis. The sick and the injured came here from all across the island, hoping that salvation could be found in its halls. All that is left of the temple is a labyrinth of low walls and the ghosts of the physicians waiting for you. It is faint and barely visible. Speak. I worked here day and night for many years, and I saved countless lives, the physician says. And yet, all of the lives that I saved, only one survived the death of the island. A young messenger who escaped on one of the ships thanks to another's sacrifice. And I have wondered many times since, was my work in vain? The burden of this question is eroding my soul. Death comes to us all in the end because the messenger is my ancestor. He who saves lives, one life saves all lives. Because all lives are worth saving no matter the future. Let's click this, I guess. I think that's more in line with me. No, because all lives are worth saving, no matter the future. The physician sighs, thinking about your words. You're right, he says. My burden is not eased by this truth, but I cannot surrender to oblivion. It becomes more visible. Join my party. I will join you, the physician says. There is still good I can do, even as a ghost. It is good to see you, brother, the magician says. I guess we can't do the labyrinth. Was there like a labyrinth you could do, but we didn't get that option. Okay, let's go for the ancient farmlands. I want more party members. This soil used to be rich, life-giving. Generations of humans relied on it to survive. Then the waves came, and after the waves the dying sun. Now that all life is gone, something has been revealed underneath the soil. A city of unimaginable antiquity? The ghost of the farmer waits in its ruins. This city is older than the capital, the ghost tells you. It is older than Atlantis itself. When our most distant ancestors huddled in terror before thunder and lightning, the city was already old. And yet this city is not foreign to us. We too are its citizens. He looks directly at you, and there is a light in his eyes that is not of this world. Are you willing to swear fealty to this city across the boundaries of time and space? In a moment. Fealty definition. Allegiance, I guess? Yeah, oath. Allegiance, yeah. Who are they? No. Then the city will not be there for you when you need it. And you will fail. But you are young, so very young. You will find the city elsewhere, in time, and have another opportunity. The ghost fades into nothingness. Okay, unlucky I guess. Journey to Talos. The palace once stood in the very heart of Luna, the capital of Atlantis. Here the greatest artists and craftsmen of that long-forgotten era built marvels and luxuries that would astound even a traveler from the distant future. But these things, like everything else, are gone now. Only a single remnant of the Atlantean world remains. Though it's perhaps the most precious, a great mosaic telling of the history of Atlantis. Before it waits the ghost of the king. I try to be a good man, the king says. To be kind, to balance justice with mercy, to honor the gods, to support the peasant and the scholar alike. Yet I failed. Why? Okay, you failed because you're immoral, the Mother Earth punished you. You did not fail, we are here. All kings must fail, but it's not your fault that you were born a king. You failed because you put yourself above others and hoarded luxury. What was the failure here? I don't know. Tried. But try is very objective, I guess? The king is comforted by your words. You speak kindly, he says. I know that I am not without blame. What did you do? But in the end, I chose to save others before myself, so perhaps you're right, and I did not fail entirely. The king lays his ghostly crown aside. I will join you, but only as a man. Examine the mosaic. The mosaic is a work of superb beauty, a great work of history and humanity. In it you see reflected all the hardship, tragedy, hope, triumph and heartbreak of your ancestors. This is what you came to find. Retrieve the mosaic. Inventory is full. You can't retrieve the mosaic alone. The forces of time are too powerful, and the strength of a single person is not enough. Come on, ghosts, help! Even with the help of the ghosts, you cannot entirely pry the mosaic loose from the morass of history. But you succeed at removing a large part depicting the golden age of the island. It will have to do. Return to ship. I wonder if this is different if you get all the ghosts. A strange, bittersweet feeling fills your heart as you return to your ship. You did not fail, but yet so much was lost. Could you have done better? As the sun engulfs the earth, you wonder what will be remembered of your own time. Let's just... I'm going to click the same thing, so I'm not going to read it out aloud, but I want to see like if there's a different ending. If you get... I guess start with this guy. Okay, I say yes then. Good, but remember that even in the lofty world of the stars, where you have come from, that loyalty will be tested. This strange light fades from a ghost's form. The farmer smiles. Why, of course, I'd love to join you. I've always loved adventures, and you know, and never got to go very far from home. So that's the new part. Okay, let's click the same things if I remember what I clicked. Okay, magician, we said annihilation of self is sin. Make it your own. Poet. I wonder if I like text adventures. Maybe not, because I mean, I get the choices here and all that. When you have to type these yourself is kind of rubbish. But yeah, you have to explore the labyrinth here. But I think that might lose us the physician. Here we go. Because this is really fun to like read and all that. It kind of reminds me more of the previous game. For some reason I do like this more than the voice acting. Okay, I've clicked the same things here, so examine the mosaic. Retrieve it. Now I get my ghost party to help. Yeah, this is different. With the help of the magician, the scientist, the poet, the physician, the farmer, and the king, you pry the mosaic loose. Holding it in your powerful metallic arms, you're filled with awe. At the depths of history, the bittersweet beauty of human endurance, and above all at the miracle that allowed this part of your distant past to survive. As you return to your ship, your heart is filled with a soaring joy such as you have never felt before. In this moment, humankind stands defiant before time, Today, the past is redeemed, transformed, exalted. Atlantis lives and her ghosts rejoice. Our ship takes off, leaving the Earth to burn. But the Earth is not lost, no. And as those ships with their painted sails carried forward the legacy of Atlantis, so your ship carries forward the legacy of Earth. With the great sea of stars from whence we came, and to which we will all return. I got an adventure for finishing them. I got an achievement, that's what they're called. Oh yeah, Byron is stuck and I'm here playing text adventures. He would understand. Well, it's taking a turn for worse. Turtle.
Dude, you're back from the island.
It's him.
I'm so glad you're okay, dude. Especially after what happened to Byron. A lot of people been saying Byron's accident shows the mayor is right. Trying to abandon the goal is bogus.
Have you ever met Cornelius? He's literally 3 meters to the right.
Yeah, I come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
Have a nice day, dude. Okay, let's see.
Oh, 1K.
That's Neve, okay.
What are you doing here?
Looking for Cornelius.
Ah, I assume it has something to do with your expedition? I must admit I haven't been following the news. Sorry, been a little lost lately. No, not really. When you asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know, I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me. The truth is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence, that's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore. That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
I feel like I'm kind of wishy-washy with this, like, overall theme of the game. Whether, like, it seems like they are going, like, constantly asking the questions of, should humanity, this new one, keep growing, or should we stop and therefore basically just putting humanity on a kind of long, but it puts it on a timer before we go extinct. If we don't get more. I think that's the big question this game is trying to ask. And I feel like I've been on the middle, like, and answering a bit left and right so far. Because I feel like they haven't really talked about much when it comes to the reasons to do one or the other, because there's also, I mean, there's a level before, there's a few trillions of us, or do we space travel, do we use the planet, I don't know, I don't know what the right answer is, and I think that's the basis of the game. But then you get to this like personal issue with Nefair. Like, I feel like saying that you find a new calling, I'm sure of it, is so hand-wavy. Like, you figure something out, it's alright. When they know what they want to do already. Yeah, let's click that.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was. Who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
We'll see if they... what they do with that question later on in the game, I suppose.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise. They were very close, you know. After she disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron. That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished. No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past. I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all. I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then... it is just his work terminal, right? Good luck with everything, 1K. And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Investigating. He works here day and night, and he has notes. Okay. Lab location inaccessible. Deliberate? Unclear. User profile? Yes. Gold puzzles as barrier? Yes. Hidden as self-protection? Likely. External help for upload? Yes. Ask Herman? No. Trust 1K? Undecided. Applicable to Calvin? No. Applicable to Sarabai? With Noima? Yes. I wonder what these are now. Like, some of these seems to... a gold puzzle as barrier. That seems to indicate that he's talking about the megastructure place. But the others seems to be way less. Also, he should log out from his computer when he's gone.
So this is what Cornelius was working on? Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
Fuck. sure solving all of these gives the nicest achievement. You can't have a 4x4 or 2x2, I mean. That is a invalid shape, this puzzle. Guess that is also invalid shape. Only. On second thoughts, maybe I don't miss these as much as I thought I did. Because this is basically doing the same thing, right? And we can't do that. Can't do that. I also want to make them symmetrical. I think that's a losing battle. I can't wait for achievement for this. It's gonna be so good. The ecstasy in achievement form. Can we reverse this? No. Can't. This can't be a good way. The problem with these kinds of puzzles is that you just like brute force them long enough and suddenly they just work. How does this? Oh. How does this work? One is missing. Three long ones? What is this, right? Oh, I can't reverse this. This is the closest one so far. The problem is I can't reverse this because this one exists. I can only mirror it. No gameplay today. I'm way too busy reading short stories and doing this. This one's fucking impossible. It doesn't work either. Like, is this even, like, humanly possible? Inhumanly possible? Oh, these two, like, square ones add so much, like, uniformity, whatever you would call it, to the pattern here, that it's not possible to, like, do anything with. Like, I can't have this, because these, I only have this and this to work with in those cases. This doesn't work either, because I can't keep it similar on both sides. It's these two fuckers that ruin it. This already doesn't work. This doesn't work. Because I can't have a 4 extra here. I've done this one already. God damn Tetraminos. This never works, right? Yeah, now we get a 4 here that we can't do anything with. This doesn't work. Since now we don't have space for 4. Yeah, this one can't be on any of these. Just then it creates 2 blocks that we can't possibly fix. Same here. Yeah, now that doesn't work. Wish we could do something like this. That doesn't work. Fuck. Why is this the hardest puzzle in the entire game? Did it. This one I do instantly. This one could be difficult because it's so wide. And also asymmetrical. Because you have 2 here, 2 here. I guess they perhaps turn into a symmetrical shape. They don't. I don't think it's like worthwhile to even try to like modify these, like just restart. Close. I wonder if we can use these as like a cinematic thing. No, it's just that's the box and therefore more cinematic. That means it will work, right? If only. The symmetry would be really nice. I'm going for symmetry. Yeah, there's no way these will ever work now. We can't have a box in the middle, I guess. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 2 of these. So these, like. Because since we have 2 of these on each side, like we can probably find a repeating pattern here. I found the repeating pattern. Too bad it was not a good repeating pattern. Let's see. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. See, can we make a pattern of these four that's like neutral? That's the like neutral pattern, right? I don't even know what that's a way of talking about it. We can split it out. What do we get then? No. Yes. I used my brain. No achievement? Why do you even do this? Okay. More terminals here, but I guess are these just... I think we looked at these in the first game, right? Yeah, not sure if we read these, but yeah, let's get on with it. When I say let's get on with it, let's see some more part of the story, and then we call it because it's getting late. Sorry that this kind of ended up being text game and Tetramino solving. No, let's not talk.
Good luck.
Thank you.
See, I told you. We must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial. The megastructure must be rejected.
Now it's very grand or something that you just like go up in the actual elevator or something, but it would be nice with a loading screen so it would be faster.
K, could you join us for a quick debrief? Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
Yes, well. While the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
It'll be safe, but we can't leave Byron behind. Byron took risk, we'll be more careful. I have basically been doing this all the time, so we will not be more careful. The island has technology we can't afford to ignore. We're hot on the Founder's heels, we must keep searching. The island's one big puzzle that's halfway solved. We can't quit now. Frankly, it's too dangerous, we should leave the island well alone. I think we can't leave him behind.
I agree. We cannot be guided by fear. We must do what's right.
Let's not forget the dam's falling apart. We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity. We should beware the fate of those who wield power beyond their reckoning, or we have more important matters to discuss. Yeah, let's talk Byron first.
Wise words from one so young. That island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
The Somnodrome, of course. If we could find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
So, it's a newfangled way to make the same old mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
We're fortunate 1K preserved the Somnodrome for our study. Initial data suggests it was a prototype with substantial design flaws. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
Then the question is, what would 1K do if they found it?
I mean, it's worth looking at, I guess.
Yes, our wisdom will be essential in unraveling its secrets.
You're not the only people who can read a line of code, Rand.
You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room. The only way we are going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K, I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
My trusty viewers. Let's see what these guys have to say. I guess there's a bit of...
What can I do for you, 1K? They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now. But what is the cost, 1K? There's always a cost. I agree. We can't just leave one of our most important citizens in that death trap. It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Well, I mean, I've barely been here. Am I really a citizen?
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
Great trials lie ahead of you, my child. But your choices will determine the future.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile. The rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Check it out and see what you can fix. But please remember, what matters most is finding Byron.
I think that was the first time they gendered 1K. Since having genders as robots a bit weird. Any augment? Nope. I guess we'll travel and take a look at the new place, and then we'll call it there. South 1. The heavily eroded cliffs of the southern coast are surrounded by azure waters and dominated by a particularly unusual tower. Is the tower really that unusual?
I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload. Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm going to need you to search for more. I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream. Possibly more than once. It's the only way for me to get access.
Big towers doesn't seem to be too unusual here. Oh. Desert. This looks like something straight out of Final Fantasy.
Alright, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the Tetromino bridges. That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
I already found it. I'll send you the coordinates.
A really interesting design. But yeah, this will have to wait until next time. We did a lot today, and by a lot I mean mostly reading terminals and playing Tetromino puzzles. But yeah, let's call it here. Thanks for watching and take care.